Bah! Hello, hello, hello. How are we all doing this fine evening? We're almost done with Daydia, huh? Just got a few things we gotta fix up real quick. I really don't want to get rid of those those two epic exoskeletons and rare exoskeletons that I fucking had to craft. I don't want to get rid of those. Ag. All right. There we go. Oh, now we're doing the thing instantly. What the? Bacana. What the? Holy guacamole. Okay, I don't like... Okay. Something that I hate. Why am I getting, like, spammed with a bunch of random fucking bullshit? For all these, like... For all these, like, dumbass features that I've said, like, no, I'm okay without using this. I don't want to use this feature. I keep getting spammed. Hey, want to use this feature? I'm like, but I don't want to. Like, do you really think that if you keep telling me, hey, do you want to use this feature? I keep saying no, I don't want to. That I want to use it after like a little while? Probably not. Probably not. So I'm being spammed with this shit. It's like, shut up. I don't care. You're being dumb and annoying, and I don't like you. Boop. Alright, it's time for another entertaining day of suffering with the Kardashians. I mean, what? Who said that? I never said that. That wasn't me. Modus. Alright, so we have rockets now. Don't ask me how. We just do. Smile. We're just falling behind in solid fuel creation. And I made a couple of other, I guess, barreling shitters. Seems like having the double thing, there's like no point to it. Just having a single is all you need. It's annoying, but what can you do? No matter. Might as well fix that with all the other shitters. Okay, we'll leave that one alone. Lovely. It does feel kind of weird that we're putting on, you know, putting a rocket silo on a space platform by old sort of effectiveness. It's a little weird, but it's not the worst. Power is definitely going to be a problem here, isn't it? What can you do? Cool. Oh. Hello. Okay. Well, it turns out I guess I didn't need as much circuit production as I thought initially. Okay. Sure, man. Navigation computer, atmospheric thruster. The only problem is just gonna be this. The solid fuel is gonna be a fucking problem. That's gonna be a bit of a problem. Where can I see how rocket parts are made on this planet? No rocket part recipe? What? What kind of cringe bullshit is this? What the heck? What to heck? I think I might just also start importing in fucking solid fuel at this point, because this is getting absurd. Pretty sure you stack to 1,000. You most certainly do. Well, might as well. Just like that, we now got our bullshit. Science. Don't really want these touching the beacons, I'm gonna be honest. God damn it. annoyance. Hmm. Well, that's science. Hooray. Okay. That should be better. Cool. Alright, probably would be a pretty decent idea for us to now make some supplies on this planet. And think about getting the hell out of here. I mean, our rockets haven't been built yet, but they'll get built eventually. What's up, Corbinator? How you doing, buddy? Chilling. We factoring our Oreos. And we're finishing up with this planet. Well, pretty much finishing up with this planet. Factoring our Oreos. I love factoring my Oreos. My favorite thing on the planet to do. I love my Oreos being factored. Well, 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 well. Look who decided to crawl up out of bed. If it isn't... Put this! That fucking son of a bitch. Boy meets Minnie. Yeah. You say caught all the time there, buddy. Yeah, okay. Okay, dude. I see how it is, Boy meets Minnie. Listen, there's a lot of things I'm willing to tolerate, but your racism ain't one of them. I had enough of your bullshit there, you Son of a bitch. Ball meets money. I do not need roboports. Is it worth it to have the cargo ships now to transport? I'm not sure, actually. It's a good question, me. Is it worth? I just want to say no, but I'm not sure. I don't think so. But boy meets many. If there's one thing that you do consistently forget, there's no politiker. No politiker. That thing is so funny. That dude's a very goofy guy. Because bro was just like, no politiker, no politiker. And then I don't know, the dude who was trying to convince to not be fucking political gets instantaneously, just like brings up Israel once, and it's all of a sudden it all becomes about politics. It's like, dude was talking about soccer, man. Oh yeah, like you say free Palestine, but personally what I see is you being discriminatory against Jewish people. What's up with that, Boy Meets Mini? Why do you hate Jews so much? Why do you hate them? I need you to tell me, why do you hate Jews? Why do you hate them? Why do you hate them? Why do you hate the Jewish people so much? Well, we're gonna have to make submachine guns and rocket launchers here because some of the aircraft need those to be assembled. Boy Meets Mini, why are you never gonna tell me why you hate Jewish people so much? Why do you hate them? Oh why, oh why? I can't believe that Boy Meets Mini would talk about how much he hates them. Kinda fucked up, folks, isn't it? It's kinda weird, kinda weird. Well, clearly because you hate nationalists, whatever that means. I have no idea what nationalism means. I don't know. I don't see race. That means you hate Jews. That's what that means. We all know, Boy Meets Mini, about your prejudice against the Jewish people. Shame on you, Boy Meets Mini. Shame. Very shameful. Extremely shameful, and let me tell you, folks, so shameful. So shameful. Yeah, what do you mean? Borders? I don't know what those what are borders? I don't know what those are. But borders? What's a border? I've never heard of that before. What's that? I don't know what that is. Well, but still, Boy Meets Mini, you're breaking the sacred rule of this chat. No politiker, no politiker. No politiker, no politiker. Yeah, I can't believe that Boy Meets Mini would break that rule. Stupid son of a bitch. I mean, what? Who said that? That wasn't me. No, actually, I could craft lightning collectors here. We make holmium, which means we can make super... we don't have light oil, though. Never mind, we can't do that. definitely make beacons, though. Is there anything else we need to make? Besides all the products that we can eventually make over here. Don't think there's anything else, huh?
No politic here, no politic here. Can't believe that you're bringing politics into my video games.
That's true, Boy Meets Minnie.
There's none here. And there never will be any.
That video will really live rent free in my head because it's just so it's really funny, and it's just like I think it's like a perfect encapsulation, you know? I think it's like a perfect encapsulation of the attitudes that Zionists have. And of general sort of conservatism as well. It's like, well, politics was never brought up. It's like, you guys are the ones who brought it up initially. Like, instantaneously. Not the dude talking about soccer. So, like, why are you doing that? You know? It's like, you just shot yourself in the foot for literally no reason. Like, what are you doing? Why would you do that? Like, in the back of my mind, I'm also, like, imagining Trump also saying it.
No politic here, no politic here.
I also find that to be very funny. I find that to be particularly amusing as well. Oh, no. Now there's an Alex Roivas? Well, unfortunately, when it comes to you specifically, Buster, there will be politique here. Alright, where's our crime report about from Chicago? Chicago crime report? Where is it? Look at this fucking punting... this Esper that we need to punt. Bringing in politique over here. Boy Meets Minnie, you know what to do. Kick the Espers. There's politique here now. It's over. It's so over. God, that fucking... that fucking anime... God, that shit's always gonna make me laugh. It's so... It is so funny. God, it's so funny. Winter crime is petty, like fights over parking spaces. That sounds like criminal alien behavior to me. Boy Meets Minnie, I like this ain't passing the smell check in my personal opinion. What do you think, Boy Meets Minnie? That sounds like there's politique over here, but I don't know. This is not passing the smell check. That sounds like politique to me. Okay, I'm gonna split up the duties of this thing. Get rid of all this, put it on the DD supplier. For DD supplier. This thing was always meant to be a a builder for the gas collectors.
It does a wonderful job at that, let me tell you folks. Such a good job at building gas collectors.
Oh, but yeah, I guess the Groypers, Boy Meets Mini, they found the video. Those are very unintelligent specimens. Okay, well, we don't need Falkness. We don't need Luna. We do not need this shit here. Which means I can have more cargo space. But no politic here. Ah, God, that video is just so funny to me. Bear witness to a spaceship being built. Bear witness. Wait, Boy Meets Mini. Max Verstappen won Qatar GP. How does that make you feel? I see that in today's news. So I have to bring it up to annoy you. Good, Boy Meets Mini is sad. Alex, get him. Get him, Alex. Get him back for all that Esper kicking he did. Daho, are you incentivizing your chatters to fight amongst themselves? Entertaining yourself at the expense of your chat? I would never do such a thing. XDDDDD, XDDD, XDDD, XDDD has appeared. XDDD. No, fuck, God, fuck you, Alex. God, you bastard. Fuck off, you son of a bitch. You were supposed to go along with the bit. Fuck. Bitch. Bastard. That's why you can't trust these cucks on the left. That's why they're always gonna be cuckolds. You sons of bitches. XDDD, 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 XDDD. I have appeared. I need to expand my Fulgora facility, though. It's not producing science fast enough. Oh, the right is also being very upset about the artificial womb stuff. I think that's very funny. Stop anti-Semitism. Yo, the stop anti-Semitism thing is back. Yo. Yo, they're back, bro. Yo, it's time. Dude, look what we got now. A bunch of actual anti-Semites and then schizophrenia. Oh, man. XDDD, 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 XDDD. I'm sorry to say, but XDD has appeared. God damn it. Don't need you to do any more of this. Okay. Heat exchangers. Yeah, they got some bangers there this year. We got fucking Miss Rachel as anti-Semite of the year. Let's go. You know, I hope, honestly, because I hope Miss Rachel wins, not because I think it's warranted for her to have anti-Semite of the fucking year, but because it would be, like, so clown shoes fucking ridiculous that it just makes the ADL and, like, all these, like, stupid Zionist weirdos look even more, like, cartoonish and freakish than they already do. And I think that'd be really, really funny. Just for that reasoning, simply, because I fucking hate these, like, stupid, annoying-ass, like, Zionist groups that are all extremely stupid and fucking annoying. Just so everyone just can collectively gather around and then start, like, laughing at them, being like, the fuck are you talking about, you fucking schizophrenics? Like, what's wrong with you people? And then just keep continuously calling them schizophrenics. What I'm saying here is that these people need to be bullied. You know, they need to be more like that Italian-Israeli dude who's like, no politic here, no politic here, no because those guys should have no politic here because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. My birth month is a pet. What the fucking shit balls? My birth month is the Pokemon you turn into Kanto version, but it's a bunch of Pokemon from Johto. I get Meganium? Well, you know, Mega Meganium is the best out of all of them, so I'll take Mega Meganium. I stay winning. The no politic here people are getting attacked by the phlegm demons. There's too much politic here. Too much. Too much politic here. If the German Revolution of 1918 had won, we'd be at brunch. Now that's a fucking that's a truth nuke. Can we get some truth nukes? That's a fucking truth nuke. True. Truth nuke. True. That's true. That's real. That's so true. Actual fucking truth nuke. If capitalism was allowed to just finally collapse, and be replaced with socialism, it would finally be over. Like there would not have been a World War II. It would have been over. Or like all the other people who also defend Stalin for being one of the first people to recognize Israel, because Stalin thought it would be, well, partially because part of anti-Semitism with Stalin, because Stalin is an anti-Semite, but also due to the fact that the Soviets saw that as like a potential vestige for influence within the Middle East. They saw Israel as a potential for that, so they decided to help the Zionists. Obviously very stupid, but... And the fact that fucking... Because the funniest thing about that assessment from Stalin specifically is he made that assessment based off of the fact that Israel has fucking social housing. It's really fucking stupid. Oh yeah, because Israel has the kibbutz, therefore they're gonna be like totally heckin' communist, bro. Yeah, it's unironically. Daho, have you ever considered that Marxist-Leninists are all just right-leaning sock dems? Does the Sam True emote like? Oh, true. Where's my fucking trues in the chat? I don't want it from Trainwrecks. I want that from Jetstream Sam. I want that shit to be from Samuel.
Oh, good. You're getting more based by the day.
Of course I'm getting more based by the day. It's me. I am based. And true-pilled. I only spit the greatest of truth nukes. I true like no other. Do not say my memes back to me. No, you can't do that. You can't say my memes back to me. What are you idiots complaining about? You morons will figure it out eventually. Once the supplier arrives. Oh, good. You're becoming more based by the day. What if I was already based? What if I was already a based lord? And everyone else is just fucking cringe. What if I was already fucking based? And everyone else is fucking stupid. That's a nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source? My source is that I made it the fuck up. My source is that I made it the fuck up. Do we want to pick up the science of this motherfucker? I think I will. The Aero Science Pack. Oh boy, another science pack. Not from there, putis. Earm. 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 Earm.
Now, many people are asking, where the hell am I gonna go next?
You know what? I think it's time. I think it's time. Wait, hold on. I have to find the music for this. Very important. Yes. I think I found exactly what I'm looking for. This will be on loop while I am on the planet, and no one can stop me for this. Wait. They're gonna fucking content. Fuck! Probably can't play the music. Damn it! I'm gonna fucking get content ID'd. Fuck! Shit! Fuck! I can't do the bit. I'm gonna I'm gonna probably get content ID'd on YouTube. Fuck! But the songs are good. I'm not happy about this. That irritates me. Here's my video essay on why content ID and IP law is homosexual and cringe. Derogatory, of course. I'm being extremely homophobic when I say this. Dude, we can't listen to I'm a Mechanical Man. What the fuck? Actually fucking El Krungus. Very kring. I'm kringing. Damn it, Boy Meets Mini. What the hell am I supposed to do now? What the hell am I supposed to do now?
we get started, we
Shut up.
got something really cool.
Shut up. We don't have something really cool. Fucking autoplay features. Man, me making this discovery now makes me very upset. I wanted to play the damn music, because it's good music. It's good. You know, I do have to say, if we could have a quick meme about Afton Bane. The fact that Afton Ben, rather, I think Bane Ben? The fact that Afton Ben made a plus 22 point Trump district into a, like, basically within the margin of error race and made it basically anyone's game is so emblematic of the just rank failure of the Republican Party. Yep. Even in Tennessee. Even in Tennessee? Well, it's a deep red part of Tennessee as well, Boy Meets Mini. That's the most craziest part about this. Deep red Tennessee. Alright, what are you idiots fucking doing? There are requests for you to put shit on the goddamn thing in order to bring it up, yet you're not doing that. Alright. Her opponent is super corpo and cringe too. Like you? Alright. Bet you weren't expecting that one now, were you, Boy Meets Mini? Well, I guess since I'm waiting around for now, 'cause I'm stuck here. Red. This would be kind of like a... bright red. Oh wait, that reminds me. The 4th is gonna be the fucking update, and the Hive Gangers. The Gangers are gonna come out. And I've seen some interesting stuff from the Hive Ganger for El Dorcus Titus. El fucking Dorcus Titus. Which means we have to deal with one particular El Putius Maximo. Fortus Netus. Fucking Fortus Netus. That son of a bitch. That son of a bitch, El Fortus Netus. Can't see shit. Wow, it's so bright, nice and red. have no idea. Do lights get frozen? No, they don't. You know, I just had a thought. Maybe Ethan Klein is going to his next shtick is he's gonna be the new no politik. He's gonna be the new no politik guy here. That's gonna be Ethan Klein. He's gonna start randomly just saying no politik here, no politik. He's gonna become Italian. He's gonna become really old. It's gonna be really funny. He's eventually just going to start saying no politik here. And that will greatly entertain me. That is true. That is true, Boy Meets Mini. He is rather Fredo-phobic. But we gotta make sure... listen. So long as Andrew Cuomo has no idea, I think we'll be probably okay. I don't know, like, Andrew Cuomo is probably more busy trying to be, like, a homosexual or something. I don't know, whatever. That is true, Boy Meets Mini. Alright, lovely. Politik is now here. Politik is here. What the hell happened? Do I have science now? Good rockets. Atmospheric thrusters. What exactly are we missing? Rhenium alloy plates. Let me guess. We're missing rhenium dust. Well, I can't leave this place yet because we have research to do, damn it. Jesus Christ. That's a lot of politik here. I wasn't expecting this much politics. What the fuck? Look at all this fucking shit that you need to make to craft this bacterial lightning collector. What? Well, this is cringe. Franklin targets narco-terrorists from Pete Hegseth. Dude, I want Pete Hegseth to go to jail, dude. I want him to go to jail. I want Pete Hegseth in jail, dude. It'd be so funny. He has got to go. Bro has got to go. Fuck, I can't fucking play Command & Conquer music. Fuck! I can't do the thematic thing. It's cringe. Such it's probably content ID. Fuck! Dude. That's so cringe. Ugh. I mean, you know, Hegseth already sounds close enough, right? Wait.
Women want to marry gay men, but settle for having straight husbands. Republican women all want straight husbands, but end up marrying gay men.
It's true. That's a truth nuke. Truth nuke. Truth nuke. Can we get some fucking truth nukes? That's a fucking truth nuke. That's a fucking truth nuke. True. Republicans are homosexuals. Oh my god. Republicans are massive homos. They are saying that no truer statement has been made. That's a fucking truth nuke, dude. Massive fucking truth nuke. But yes, it is time. Boy Meets Mini. It's time to go back to 1998. Pretty sure that's when the first Command & Conquer game came out. Please tell me I'm correct on this. I'm gonna look like a fake fan. That's true. Fuck! I was thinking of the Red Alert expansions. Fuck! It's 95. I am not happy right now. I'm incredibly upset that I did not.
That's a nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I'm going to kill myself in a video game. Because I got the date wrong. Fuck my life. Oh god, dude. I think I might make a second supplier. I need more fucking radium dust. We just need more throughput.
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Impa? This isn't Legend of Zelda. That's a nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source? My source is that I finger my own asshole. God, I can't believe that Command & Conquer 3 is so good. And that's a game that came out in 2007. And then soon after, it was Red Alert 3. And that game is also really, really good. And that came out in, like, 2008. And if you look at those games, you look at their, like, graphical fidelity and all that shit. They're beautiful. You crank that shit up to max, they're beautiful, well optimized, hold up really well to this day. They are... like... Okay. We need to see... This is really important. This is so important. I hope I can just find this. Like... This is a game from 2008, bro. That is not the correct thing. That's a game from 2008, dude. That's 2000. That's 17 years ago. Look at those fucking water physics. Holy shit. The splash, the waves, the consistency of the water. This is 2008. 2008. Dude, I like, unironically, we have fallen as a country. Like, unironically. Like, it's incredible. 2008, dude. And that shit looks like hyper omega, like, 18K bajillion fucking pixels, bro. It looks beautiful. Like, if we want to talk about some, like, fucking truth nukes, that's like an actual fucking truth nuke. We want to talk about truth nukes. That's a fucking truth nuke right there. Oh, how the West has fallen. Like, unironically. That's what we... Unironically, I think we have to, like... Boy Meets Mini, you know what it's time for? I think it's unironically time to return with a V. I think it's time to return with a V, dude. No more of this, like, namby-pamby, pimbly-wimbly, bimbly-spimbly, bimbly-dimbly fucking bullshit. It's time to return the V to when graphical fidelity was already figured out. All this graphic shit was already done, alright? We figured it out with, like, Command & Conquer Red Alert fucking 3, unironically. And it's time for us to return to a fucking time when things weren't complete dog ass. It is time to return with a V. With a V, dude. I need more ammonia. Fuck. How the West has fallen. You know, for all the, like, dumbasses and weirdos who love to complain consistently about, you know, video games being cucked because, they're appealing to queers and homosexuals. You know how that talk constantly exists, right? None of these motherfuckers ever, like, who obsess over, like, realism and, like, graphical fidelity all the time, ever talk about Red Alert, ever talk about fucking, Red Alert 3. They never talk about it, dude. Never do they ever talk about Red Alert 3. But we have to return with a V. We have to. I don't think there's a choice. I don't think we have any other choice. We have to return. We must return. Man, I have a lot of ships, don't I? That's okay. If anything, I don't have enough ships. Should probably learn an older game engine to create games in. I'll be honest. I don't even know if it's a game engine problem. I have no idea. We're cooked Unreal 5. Kind of real. Like, I don't disagree with that. I don't know if Red Alert was made with Unreal Engine. Probably was. Yeah, it probably was. Are we out of belts? We are out of belts. Who's my fucking belt supplier? It's supposed to be you. Nope. Which one's meant to transport science? Oh, you're the one. Oh, I adopted you to start transporting petroleum because of the... Right. That makes sense. I enjoy watching the rockets blow stuff up. I'm a simple man. I'm an incredibly simple creature. Things are going boom. I like the boom. There is no more boom. Instead of boom, it is now politique here. It is very sad. I was expecting no politique here, and then we got politique here. So fucked up, dude. It's so over. It's so jover. It's so blover. It's so rover. It's okay, Boy Meets Mini. We will return with a V. Return. To the promised land of not being woke to Unreal Engine 5. There will be a greater future ahead of us. I can guarantee this. Okay, well, guarantee is kind of the stretch of a word, but it, you know, it'll definitely be better. Northern Lion saying a real Canadian never speaks ill. Or a real Canadian speaks ill of Tim Hortons. I was about to say, if that says never speaks, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? You should speak ill of fucking Tim Hortons. Tim Hortons is so ass. God, Tim Hortons fucking sucks in this country. You know, when the dumbass Nelk boys were complaining about Tim Hortons. Yeah, Tim Hortons does suck a lot of fucking balls, but not because of brown people being the main people who serve your food. That's not the reason why Tim Hortons sucks so much booty butt cheeks. The reason why Tim Hortons sucks booty butt cheeks is because they got bought out by Burger King. It's because if you Americucks are ruining our fucking goddamn restaurant chains. Fuck you, America. You don't give me enough reasons to hate you. Now, Americans in the chat, I'm expecting an apology to us Canadians for the fact that you motherfuckers keep ruining our fucking goddamn shit, dude. Why do you guys always ruin our fucking shit? Why are you guys such fucking tiddly winky little fucking shit nuggets? Why are you guys the way that you are? I need the Americans to explain to me right in this moment why they are the way that they are. So I'm waiting, Americans. What's going on here? Americans? What do you all have to say for yourselves? Hundreds of years of slavery? That's an excuse. It was not because of hundreds of years of slavery why you make Tim Hortons fucking dog shit. I refuse to believe that. I think what you're saying is patently absurd. And I think there's something more at play. Fucking Americans. Like, you guys are activating my fucking racism against America. I'm like that one Goku meme, you know? Where he's just like, now I'm racist. Now I'm super racist. Okay, well, shut the fuck up, Alex. You're doing something that's cucked and liberal, and that's called historical analysis. And that's, like, extremely homosexual and liberal. Which means I'm gonna have to cancel you on Twitter.com. Fuck you, Alex. Fuck you, Alex Royvoss.
You're being a fucking homo queer. And I hate that.
I think I might need to have some more production of Rhenium plate. Well, considering the fact that we are about to have more shipments of the stuff, I think it is about time we do that. Why not?
These radical left lunatics keep wanting to destroy our Tim Hortons, folks. I'm not gonna tolerate it. I simply will not just tolerate it while they destroy a wonderful Canadian establishment, that being Tim Hortons. How dare you destroy Tim Hortons for us Canadians? You fucking bastards. I hate you. I hate you so much. I hate Canada and that homosexual fucking Justin Trudeau. He's a homo queer. I hate that son of a bitch.
Okay. So now we need to start building way more of this shit.
You know me, Alex Royvoss. I will not be tolerating any sensible analysis, because that shit's fucking gay. I hate gay stuff, because I am Donald Trump. Gay shit, get that fucking shit out of here. I'm not gay. I have a bit large cock, and my hands are not small. Fuck you, Alex. You stupid hoe.
When I do come back to Novice, though, one thing I am going to do is make a coal mine. Because we could use it. The fuck are you doing here, buddy? Oh, good thing I noticed that. Damn, we're like in the 500s with all these fuck. Never mind, 800. 809.
It's a lot of people that I've killed. I've done a lot of killing, folks. I've done a lot of killing. A lot of it good, a lot of it bad. I mean, what? None of it was good, actually. It was all bad. Killing is bad.
You know, imagine if the president of the United States one day just like decides to show up and was just like, I've done a lot of killing, folks. A lot of it good, a lot of it bad. Then you immediately start asking yourself the question, wait, said some of the killings were good. Mr. President. But excuse me, what the fuck? Also, hold the fuck on. What the hell is going on here? No ammo. So these damned homos, these renters, decided to crawl up and make some nests? That's not allowed. These danged bugs are here now? Thinking that they can reclaim territory that I have already destroyed? They think that they're allowed to get away with this? The fuck is this? What kind of racism is this? I will not tolerate any of this. I need more guns. I need to destroy more of these nests. This cannot stand. What kind of nonsense is this? All I have to say is, you know what you did, Alex. Damn you, Alex. You know exactly what you did. You brought in politics here. Everyone knows how we feel about politics in this household. That's illegal. Which means some espers might have to get kicked for this. I'm sorry. Espers will be kicked. Well, it's not like we're stuck here. We can leave whenever. I just need science. I need dubious amounts of purple liquid. I mean, I guess I could just leave, but the reason why I don't want to leave is because I just have this sneaking suspicion I might need to stay in order to make a few more things. Because I do want to get out of here. We are pretty much done with this planet. Well, not that we're pretty much done. We are done with this planet. Like, we make the science pack. It's just about making the robo-chargers and then distributing the robo-chargers to planets that can really use them, which is kind of all of them. Yeah, pretty much all of them can use the robo-chargers. All of them have robot networks. There is one planet where we're immediately going to drop these Robocharger Mark IIIs at. It's definitely going to be Lemures.
Lemures. Lemures.
Don't ask questions if you're going to regret the answers to those questions. Serious face. Well, continue to wait.
Can't believe that Alex would do all these things. I love waiting around and doing nothing. All because I just need some fucking science packs. God damn it.
Just need to get the first 1,000. Then we can ship them off.
Son of a bitch.
Okay, that should help with that problem.
Son of a bitch.
Piers Morgan did a jubilee with 20 woke liberals. Jesus Christ, dude. I can only imagine just how, like... Well, I do believe I saw the thumbnail. Our boy, or like I saw the first 30 seconds of it. Our boy, One Hand Politics, was there. Our man's. Our big Deuterino. He was there probably, I don't know, calling Piers a fucking moron. I think a bunch of the other, like, liberal TikTok debaters were also there as well. Like Parker, I think was one of the dudes there. One Hand Politics. His name is, I believe, Mason, and lives, I don't know if lives around LA, but dude with the full thing of beard, black hair, looks kind of like Matt Walsh, but his face is more square than Matt Walsh, and he doesn't LARP like a lumberjack. Big plus. Isn't a fascist. Also another major plus. And he's consistently on Jubilees as like a woke liberal lefty debater, and he's really good at debating. Very, very good at debating. Rhetoric on point.
He's got a good head on his shoulders, folks, you know? He's a smart man. Mason's a very smart man, folks, let me tell you. You know, many people are saying that Mason, he's got a big head on him, you know? He's got a big brain. Big brain, folks. His brain's large. Big brain. He's a smart man. Not as smart as me, obviously, but you know, they say that he's really smart. They really do. And he does a great job, folks. Great job on those debates against those weirdos at Jubilee.
I'm just curious. What's the solar panel power in atmosphere? Because if there's one thing that the only thing I think I'm curious about with this fucking planet is solar power in atmosphere is 100%. Okay, some normal. Pretty sure it has the exact same stats as Navas, except the robot energy usage is slightly higher. It's basically irrelevant. I'll lie to you. Yeah, one hand. Well, he does only have one hand. I don't know why he only has one hand. I don't know. But he only has one hand, like, unironically. And,
he's a very good debater. Very good at debate. Makes all my guys look like complete chuds and morons, which they are. It's true. All of my goddamn people are all chuds. They're very stupid. But he's a really smart guy, just like me. And we all know how smart I am, folks. Everybody knows how much of a big, beautiful brain I have. The big, beautiful brain with the big, beautiful bill and the big, beautiful... I don't know where I'm going with this. But like I said, everything is big and beautiful and fantastic, folks. Let me tell you. It's all great. Excellent. Very good. Do you understand me, Alex Roivas? Because you better understand, because if you didn't understand, then we'd have a problem, Alex. We'd have a big, big problem.
I wonder what this planet's all about. Well, besides the fact that there is, enemies on these planets. So if you thought the Frostbiters were the last time that we're going to face enemies... No, no, no! There will be more enemies! 300% solar power in atmosphere is actually pretty good. 10% here is dog shit. But it is another frozen planet. Yeah, 300% is pretty good, though. But there will be more new enemies, and it'll be fun. And whatever gobbledygook's gonna go happen here. Well, I mean, don't pay attention to the Halo array. Let's not think about why there's a Halo array. Shut up. Don't worry about it. You're asking questions, and that's a bad thing. It's racist to ask questions.
You know this, I know this. We all know this. You don't ask me questions, folks. You know that. Everyone knows you don't ask the king questions.
Nice. And drop off the didn't fucking fill up on fucking accumulators. What? I see. Concrete's the problem, eh? Oh, hello. The fuck's going on here? Let's fix that.
And now we continue to wait. Oh, never mind. I don't need to wait anymore. I finally have... Wait, do I have enough science?
No. Still stuck on this damn planet. I just want to leave. What the fuck else do we need to research here? Of use. this. Yeah, that's about it. Can't get the flying combat heavy aircraft because of smegma. Who said that? I can't get the cool VTOLs. Hmm. Railgun ammo productivity. Rail productivity also being included in this is very funny, I have to say. I'm just curious, what's available for this place? Dark matter reactor fuel. Intermediate module productivity. Advanced module productivity. Okay, that's interesting. Intriguing. Super dense rocket fuel? I'm being fascinated. I'm being intrigued. Great. Ew. Ew. Thorium ammo. Thorium enrichment. Gauss rockets. Quantum ore conversion. Rocket ammo productivity. That's good. Antimatter catalyst. Dark matter processing. Dark matter. Mechanical bioculture. Gold refinement productivity, eh? The fuck is an insulated rocket body? Don't ask me why I'm making that face. I don't have an answer for you. Seems like there's a lot of wacky stuff going on in this Halo area. I think there's a lot of wacky, interesting things that are going on here, and I'm being intrigued. I'm being made curious about a lot of different stuff here. My curiosity is peaking. I'm peaking. But I think I probably should also head to this planet. There's a lot of very, very important stuff that is locked behind this specific science pack. Refined flammables, eh? What's the difference between this and the normal railgun? 40 range, shooting speed, minimum range. 30 range. The shooting speed is faster. 0.5 per second. Strange. Very, very strange. Just drop off what we have. I guess this is part of the reason why I wanted a little bit more than fucking 1,000 packs, but it's taken fucking forever for us to produce these fucking packs. Because it's contingent on how many atmospheric thrusters we make. Which is very annoying. The left has gone insane. What do you have to say for yourself, Alex? Oh, finally. Bacterial lightning collector. I'm gonna have to figure out why it's called a bacterial lightning collector, because that's a question. Question that I have. Here we are. Robo chargers. More like broho chargers, am I right? Neat. 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 Oh, finally. So these things are actually really good. Robot recharge weight 10 times 6 megawatts. Buffer recharge rate 40, max consumption 40, minimum consumption 80 kilowatts. But more importantly, we could finally place a bunch of these things all over the place to charge the fucking bots instead. Of course, we need more fucking alloy plate. Ugh. That's so cringe. That's so cringe. That's so Raven. Well, that's not good. How the fuck did you run out of water? I think I know how. It's because for whatever reason that area has like no ice that spawns. It's very strange. Not enough to get the bacterial lightning collector. Well, I'll be damned. God, in terms of just sheer amount of shit this fucking thing needs, it's so fucking wild. brine. That bacteria is gonna be kind of annoying. Because now I need to figure out a way to get rid of all the stone. This here for spoilage as well. Right. Let us see what these bacterial lightning collectors do. Holy shit. Holy shit. These things are fucking massive. Holy fuck. You know, I was not anticipating this thing to be 5 by fucking 5, but 74 range is pretty good. Those things are massive. Jesus. Lightning collectors. Okay, so I was thinking that these would cover from island to island, but it doesn't quite do that exactly. But still, the coverage on these things is quite good. I do have to say that. Hey, that's pretty good. I'm only gonna do it for all the islands that have ship producing on them. Slash are useful. The ones that are just making liquids and then putting in the barrels, they don't need it. Never mind, this thing is 6x6. God, this thing's huge. Damn. Do. Lovely.
And now I'm getting hit by lightning. God damn it.
Okay. No, I do end up... I do feel like I keep saying this consistently. We are, I think, just about done now. I mean, all that's left is there to just make more science. That's about it. Oh, wait for more of that dumbass shit to be made. Cool. Oh, yay. Man, that was a bit of a shit show. Bro, what the fuck is this? Man, have I ever mentioned how much I hate Canadian conservatives? Have I ever mentioned that? Well, I feel like it's worth mentioning again. I really despise Canadian conservatives, dude. I hate them with all fiber of my being, dude. I really do despise them. Just like how pathetic and snivelly and loserish these people are. Guys, have you ever considered how based and pog-pilled we all are? Look at us, basically, I don't know, creating a, some dumbass bullshit. Because I see, like, a thing that Canadian conservatives do consistently all the time is make a bunch of fucking goddamn posts, like MAGA fucking posts, where there's like, yeah, dude, we totally just want to be a part of the United States, and Canada respects its relationship with the United States of America. It's like, no, the fuck you don't. It's like, no, you don't. I don't believe these people under any circumstance. It's always the same shit. It's incredibly stupid. It's narcissistic. It's fucking boring. And it's just like, okay, bro. Bro, if you love the US so much, then fucking leave. And I mean, considering the fact that I think every single Canadian throughout the rest of the country, all of them just consistently despise America. It's such a stupidly annoying minority of people, and it's just like, bro. It's like, why are you people so fucking cucked and cringe? It's like, why? Why are you people the way that you are? I sit there, I stand there, I realize, and I ask more questions. And I think to myself, why are we all suffering? And then I move on. Ay, 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 dude. That'll have to do. Really is just the dust. That's all we're missing. Anywho. We'll stop with the Factorio. So I'm going to try to finish all this then off camera. Because I'm mostly just sitting here and not really doing much of anything. Just sitting here and passing the damn time. God dang it. Well, it's time to get into the topic du jour. Leave you running in the background while you accumulate goddamn resources for once in your goddamn life. Anyway, gamers. I'll grab water, I'm gonna head to the bathroom. Then we shall talk about the absurdity of our society, or of America. Video by Dark Matter. I'll be right back. finally back, Boy Meets Mini? Is that so? I bet your goofy looking head ass was taking a Dutch lessons on Duolingo to become more like Max Verstappen. Yeah, I see how it is, Boy Meets Mini. Oh, you were being racist? As is tradition. Okay. Okay, that's what you think.
Imagine a world riding free of cancel culture, where no one can call me out for my outlandish claims. A world where I can say the N-word.
You would want to say the N-word. Nuclear.
Nuclear. You would want to say that now, would you? Wouldn't you? Boy Meets Mini?
Race and the word is NASCAR. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I'm a good old Christian boy who watches who watches some good old Formula One in Saudi Arabia. I'm a good old country boy. Nikocado Avocado is now an ex-gay. Have I ever forgotten to mention how wacky this year has been? Like, all of this, like, the strange things that have happened, all of these sort of strange tendencies and whatnot. Like, it's just... weird. So many weird and wacky things have happened this year. This year has just been... I don't know if anyone else feels this, but it has just been this year has just been really fucking weird. It has been a fucking weird year. Wait, Boy Meets Mini balls? Boy Meets Mini has balls? What the? That's crazy. I never would have thought such a thing could be possible. Yo, nice balls. But you got a cock with those? Yep. Cock. Caucus? Yep, yep. Cock. Yep, cock. Cock. Yep, cock. Cock. Yep. Yep, cock. Cockers? Dicks? I do have to say, Wug Trio, good dicks emote. Who was the handsome, smart devil who found out about that emote? Okay, no. Wug Trio does not have balls, okay? You get this, like, racism out of here. What kind of fucking racism is this? That you're doing, Boy Meets Mini? Imagine saying that Wug Trio has balls. You know what? I think just like Pete Hegseth, you're also gonna go to The Hague, Boy Meets Mini. It's over for you. Well, Lockie, you are now cooked. It is so Jover for you. It's fucking Jover for you, Buster. You're gonna die. You're gonna die. You're fucking cooked. You're gonna get cooked. You're fucking cooked now, buddy. It's fucking over for you. It's over for you, buddy. That's all I gotta say to you, Buster. It's fucking over for you, Buster. All I have to say is that you sons of bitches, you know what you did. You sons of bitches. You son of a bitch. All I have to say, Boy Meets Mini, is that you know what you did. And as a result of you knowing exactly what you did, you will be sacrificed to Pazuzu. It's over for you, Boy Meets Mini. Pazuzu beckons. What say you, Boy Meets Mini? What are you going to do about the coming of Pazuzu? That's racist. Huh?
I was wrong about you, Senator. You're not cringe. You're just fucking racist!
I mean, that is true. I am racist. No, I am not racist. You are actually racist. And you are also wastist. You're racist and wastist. With a W. How about them apples, huh? What are you all going to do about it? I'm waiting. I was wrong about you, Senator. You're not fucking cringe. You're just fucking cringe. You're more cringe. 10 times more cringe than Boy Meets Minnie. That's right, you heard me. You're cringe. I'll just stream when you stream then. That's crazy. Wow. That's wild. I can't believe that Boy Meets Minnie would blackmail me like this. You're getting canceled now. At Critical Faith Theory. Critical Tech Theory. I forget which one to go by on Twitter. I'm writing this thread to cancel the son of a bitch. I called him cringe. And now he wants to try to cancel me? Little old me? Honey.
I had to do some administrative work. And now we're ready to go.
Can't believe that Daho would do administrative work. The fuck? Okay. I did not need to look at that. Why are NAFO people so strange? I find myself asking myself, I feel like I often ask that question. I don't know. I took your pun with Pete Hegseth because I thought it was funny, and I replied to the So Pete Hegseth decided to post like this AI image of like Franklin with like a SMA. I think it's what they're called, right? The I think they're called SMAs. The portable rocket launchers that you can just like unfurl and then you just like shoot like an RPG, right? I think they're called SMAs. And he was in a helicopter shooting it at a boat, right? So obviously, and he's just like, yeah, we're gonna murder all the narco Jesus. It's like, yeah, we're going after all the narco terrorists. And it's just like, yeah, okay, sure, buddy. Yeah, you guys go after those narco terrorists. Yeah, whatever you're being told, it helps you sleep at night or some shit. Yeah. You go after those narcos or whatever, right? So obvious, it's obvious fucking copium from Pete Hegseth, right? Of course. Obvious fucking copium. Very, very silly. What was I gonna say? So I reply to that and I say like Pete Hegseth, more like Pete Hegseth. And I'm just like, yeah, I'm gonna show myself out. Listen, it's a good pun, but not everyone likes puns. Can we talk about how much people hate puns? Why do people hate puns so much? Like, why? There's some pretty good fucking puns out there that are really funny. But I love puns. Well, I mean, you are cringe, and I am also cringe. So, you know. Wait, it's not even a SMA. Wait, it's just an RPG. Damn, he didn't even use... I just realized it's just a fucking random RPG. That's not very American of Pete Hegseth. That's very un-American of him, actually. Interesting. Very, very un-American of him in that AI image. Using the RPG rather than the American-made SMA? That's a little interesting. Your mom's humor is very punny, so puns annoy me somewhat, but I don't entirely dislike them. Well, because, okay, it depends, right? Like, because there's a lot of really bad puns. Most puns are pretty bad, and it's just like, you know, like, and then, like, other puns are just like, okay, that's really good. But otherwise, it's just like, most are pretty terrible. But where was I going with this? Some, like, NAFO guy replies to me with this meme. And it's just, like, a boomer meme. I have, like, no idea if it's a bot or if it's, like, if this is, like, an actual human or a bot. I have no fucking clue. It just confuses me. It's, like, a picture of Pete Hegseth. He's, like, standing in front of some dude in, like, a hat. Probably some, like, West Point dude or something. And it says, I've not seen this much makeup on a Pete since Pete Burns was spinning right round, baby, right round, like a record baby, right round, round, round. I'm just like, what does that mean? Why did you send this to me? Was it someone from Laserpig's community? I have no idea. It's just a random fella. Dude just, like, randomly appears and just, I don't know. It just has this, like, boomer meme all of a sudden, and I'm just like, okay. I mean, listen, I thought the pun was, like, a pretty decent little pun. It was, like, a pretty, you know, like, of all puns, it's not the worst pun. You know, pretty good pun, right? Good pun. Why is that your response to the pun? That's the real question I have. It's like, why are you saying this? I'm just confused. I just have some questions. Gen Xers are tryhards? Honestly, I feel like you still have to blame the boomers for as to why Gen X is the way that it is. You know, I think you still have to blame boomers for as to why that they are like this. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be so for real. Because why are Gen Xers the way that they are? Because the boomers took all opportunities away from them. Any possible opportunity that a fucking Gen Xer had in order to make further advancements in life, well, that shit's like non-existent for them specifically because of the fact that the boomers basically took up all the oxygen from the Gen Xers. Right? And they hardly had any opportunities for themselves. They just got fucked over. For lack of a better term. They just got completely fucked. So it's just like, okay, well, that's cool, I guess. And it's just one of those situations where it's like, well, damn. Unfucking lucky, dude. You know? Anyway. Honestly, if we want to talk about, we talk about root causes consistently, right? I still think that everything should be blamed, fundamentally speaking, on the fucking goddamn boomers. Let's be so for real. Well, you know what, Boy Meets Mini? I think we have to become more ageist. You know, no, like, we're not ageist enough. Like, we need to be more prejudiced, I think, against older people. And just be, like, so for real with them. Be like, like, you look at them and you're like, I'm gonna be so for real with you. The only reason why you are the way that you are is purely because of the fact that you got fucked over by your parents. And now you want to, like, fuck over everyone else because you still have, like, edgy teenage angst because of it. Like, unironically. Like, they're all just a bunch of edgy teenagers, and it's just, like, it's really fucking cringe, you know? Anywho. I'm getting attacked by the phlegm demons. And I got some fucking robo-chargers. Ooh. I think what I'm going to do is I'm immediately going to send those... and send them onto Lemures. So then they can immediately start charging the bots. Much faster than the roboports can. And they're only 2x2 structures. Those are very, very easy to work around with. That's nice. Very nice. Very impressive. Does the Patrick Bateman stare. Just like Patrick Bateman would do. What would Patrick Bateman do in this particular situation? Now, what would Patrick Bateman do? We ask ourselves this question constantly. Now, what would Patrick Bateman accomplish here? What would he do? You know, besides, like, holding the fucking, the business card and then, like, just, like, dropping it off or something, I don't know. Anyway. I'm getting constantly distracted here. Well, honestly, I just want to get this fucking... Okay. I got the robo-chargers. Then we're going to put them down on Lemures. And hopefully, with me putting these things all over the fucking place, that'll take care of the issue. Because the problem that we're having is because we're demanding a lot of the rhenium dust so we can send it over to Daedea. If we just put these robo-chargers everywhere, it'll instantly charge the bots so then they can just start delivering the shit. Obviously, I could also just put it directly into a rocket silo, but that's a bit of a pain in the ass, and I don't want to do that. So, robo-chargers to the rescue. Because, man oh man, these things are struggling. Luckily... Oh, these things being 2x2 is so fucking nice. I can very, very easily fit them in very convenient locations. I'm going to fucking stick these things pretty much, I think, everywhere on this planet. Because, oh man, they charge way faster than the Roboports. Take up more power, but they charge real fucking fast. And these things do not need heat to operate? That's crazy. Okay, Okay, stick a couple more junctions. I believe somewhere needed. Specifically for the calcite. That should help with our problems in this area. I think. All that needs to happen now is for these dumbass things to get crafted. the time being, what we want to prioritize is just making these roboports. That's it. Okay, good. Good. All right. Let that run in the background for the time being. Anyway, let's get started with this shit. The absurdity of America. I don't live in America. I'm a Canadian. But I came across this video, or did Zane suggest this video? I don't remember if Zane suggested this video or not, but I came across this and I was instantaneously intrigued. And also, yes, of course, before I forget, preamble. You don't need any introduction to Dark Matter. We've taken a look at several of his videos already, and I keep coming back to Dark Matter because I find him to be, like, for a liberal, because he is a liberal, right? He's a liberal. He's a bit of a lib, little libby cuck, you know? I don't necessarily have really much of a problem with liberals. I'm not like one of those annoying ass fucking Marxist-Leninists who are just like, all liberals also get the wall because they would all work easily with fucking fascists. No. I think with someone like Dark Matter, at the very least, can be more inclined to left-leaning beliefs and systems, simply just due to the fact of the sheer rank absurdity, I guess, for like lack of a better term for what's being said here, but for like the sheer like ridiculousness of the current times that we find ourselves under. And in comparison to like a lot of other liberals, and like your neoliberals, there's no stock in those people, like those chorus enjoyers or whatever. I think they're all fundamentally just cooked. I think people like Destiny, cooked, completely cooked, subverted, would prefer to have fascists win instead. I feel like with people like Dark Matter, I guess for like some of the other like more establishment sort of like shilly democratic shill Democrats, those guys are cooked. Like all the chorus enjoyers, those guys are all fucking cooked. And for people like, well, not so much maybe with like Harry Sisson or like Dean Withers, I think they have good heads on their fucking shoulders. Although they probably, I don't know if they would agree necessarily with more leftist policy belief. Probably not. But I think for like actual people who believe in real like liberal values and beliefs, I think at the very least these people actually believe in liberal values and beliefs. And as much as lefties don't like this, the basis for socialism and communist fucking movements, generally speaking, is a belief in liberal values and in the values that were taught throughout the Enlightenment. I'm rambling here a little bit. To say the least, I treat Dark Matter and a lot of like liberals who I think are like actual liberals, because I don't think neoliberals are liberal. I think they're just conservatives. Even just like I've Had It has said themselves. They are just MAGA light, which I agree with. It's good that they're making this fucking recognition, because they are just MAGA light. You can use whatever terminology you can. Personally, I don't like saying MAGA light, in my personal opinion, because they're just conservatives. They're just conservatives. Just say they're conservatives. The Democrats are a conservative party. Period. End of story. Like, that's not ridiculous or hyperbolic. Any like political enjoyer would just be like, yeah. No, you're just correct. Yeah, they're just conservatives. I'm rambling on here a little bit again. I put a lot of like faith and stock in liberals like Dark Matter, because I think it is good to always have a barometer to see what they think on a lot of, I would say, what they think of material conditions on the ground, specifically within the United States of America, because that's what I'm assuming Dark Matter is probably going to talk about here. Talking about how there's such a ridiculous amount of corporate capture within the United States of America, and how people like to simp basically for fucking corporations. Sort of like the consumerist nature of the United States of America, but also in knowing Dark Matter at this point, he's probably also going to talk and touch on how religious, because for a first world country, America is very religious, which is not very normal. Like, you know, there's all of this like talk constantly by all these like dumbass fucking evangelicals having like a panic attack, talking about like, oh, the youth, they're not going to church anymore. They're not going to church. They don't want to go to listen to the gospel of fucking Jesus, or whatever gobbledygook they say. That's not exactly the case. The problem that a lot of people have, generally speaking, with people who, at the very least, I think, like, practice religion, I suppose, practice faith, sure. Yeah, that's probably the more correct term. Who are practitioners of faith. A lot of people are just more so rather sick and tired of the amount of people who, generally speaking, are, I think, fakes. Honestly, I think fakes is probably the best way to put it. Because there's a lot of fucking fakers out there. Let's be quite honest here. There are so many people who pretend to believe in the gospel of fucking Jesus Christ, but don't practice any of that shit whatsoever. And I'm looking at Protestant fucking evangelicals. Trust me, I have way more faith in a person who's actually like a practicing Catholic or a practicing Orthodox, who, in terms of like a lot of the things they have to say about scriptures and lessons within the Bibles, than I ever would from a fucking Protestant. Okay, these people are psychotic. They believe in hyper individualism, in a ideology that is supposed to preach and talk about good lessons to keep in life in order to make it to the pearly gates in heaven, and also talking about like how maintenance of community fundamentally creates stronger bonds amongst, well, other people and individuals. Something which evangelicals and Protestants have just outright fucking rejected. And I blame fucking King Henry for this shit. All because he wanted to get a divorce from his fucking wife, and the Catholic Church said no. And he was just like, I really, really, really want to get that fucking divorce. Fuck you, King Henry. Was it King Henry? Boy Meets Mini, do you remember? I think it was King Henry. I could be kind of wrong here. I'm kind of rambling on it here a little bit. Why don't we get the video? Henry VIII. Thank you, Boy Meets Mini.
Our society is becoming absolutely ludicrous because of the greedy and power-hungry.
True.
Let me begin with an example from my own life and then move on to the big ones. So please bear with me. I am prone to skin cancer. My dad had it. I've had a couple of small problematic spots removed from my back. Nothing serious, just outpatient procedures that I was fully awake during, and left a couple of scars on my back. Recently, I caught one early. So I went to the dermatologist, and this time they didn't even have to make an incision. They just froze it off. And while I was there, I asked about the mole on my face. You might be able to see it in my previous videos, but it might be difficult to spot on video. It was right about there. It was basically a simple raised area of lighter colored skin. It always bothered me, more so the way it felt than the way it looked, because it was this hard lump on my face. So I asked the doc if he could get rid of that too. So he did. He did a great job. I didn't even need anesthetic. He froze it right off of my face. You can't even tell it was there. It turns out that the spot on my back was covered by insurance. My portion of that bill was $133.
Oh, the fucking spot on the face is not going to be covered by insurance, is it? So, okay. Generally speaking, if we're talking about this, focusing this on the avenue of fucking healthcare. Well, okay, he hasn't finished his point yet, but that's where I'm guessing that this is going. Because if you were to do that in Canada, it'd be free. obviously, well, like $130 for the getting rid of the more problematic spot in the back. You know, that's still sucks that you have to pay for that, obviously, but that's not the worst thing on the planet, right? You know, focus on the positives and whatnot. But if I were to just also ask the doctor, be like, hey, can you also like take a look at this other spot? And they're just like, oh yeah, sure, whatever. That's totally cool. That's chill. We have time. That's whatever. And they also just like freeze it off and get rid of it. It's like, yeah, okay, sure. You know, you don't have to pay money for that either. That just gets also thrown in, and it's just like done easy because you're already there. Might as well just get it over with. Blah 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 kind of a thing. If you're like showing concerns, and done easy, very very done and simple. I don't know how many studies it needs to be pointed out to, specifically with like Medicare for All, how much money it would save basically everyone. And the only reason why it's not implemented is because of lobbying from all of these huge pharmaceutical companies, hospitals as well, a ton of differing corporations, and honestly, for lack of a better term, rapacious mafia middlemen basically just want to get in the way from you and your doctor, because guess what? There's a lot of money to be made from things that have what is known as inelastic demand. Inelastic demand, rather simply, is demand for products and okay, I don't want to say products. I'm just going to say services and amenities. Services and amenities that pretty much will always have a demand for them. For example, you're always going to need food. You're always going to need a roof over your head. You're always going to need, honestly, I would even throw in like internet in here, because the internet is so integral to people being able to participate, broadly speaking, within society. You're always going to need healthcare and water. Yes, thank you, Alex. Commodifying these things, generally speaking, leads to really, really, really bad fucking outcomes. Really, really, really bad outcomes. Because corporations, they know that if they have, and generally speaking, how it works very often in North America is the corporations, the companies will split off areas into certain segments, and they'll operate in those areas. They negotiate with one another. They'll be like, oh, you know, there's like 6 different companies. In reality, they're all in cahoots with one another, because this is the exact same thing that happens with ISPs, but they're all in cahoots with one another to basically figure out ways to fuck you, the consumer, over as much as fucking possible. And there's only one thing that can fix this, and that is regulation. The state has to step in order to do something about it. No individual fucking gobbledygook bullshit. No company is going to be able to take care of, like, you can't make any switches. Like, for example, could I switch the people who provide like my water heater for me, or my water for me, or anything like that? No, I couldn't do that. I wouldn't be able to do that. Because it's always been, it's like, oh, you want us to replace your water heater? Well, the current building that you're with has a contract with us. You can't fucking replace that. You're stuck with our fucking service, and you're going to be stuck paying our rates. I'm just using water heater as like an example, because it's one specific company that works in this entire building that I live in. Yada yada yada. It'd be a huge pain in the ass to fucking switch to a different company. Not that I have any problems with the company that I currently fucking work with for water heating. Just a random example, right? The rates are pretty cheap. I pay like $20 every 3 months. It's cheap as balls, or some shit like that. Whatever. I digress. The thing is, with a lot of these corporations, they know that since they are the only option that is in that area. Same thing with food deserts. Food deserts are a big example of this. Like, just think about this for like literally 3 seconds. The richest, most powerful country on the planet has like segments, parts of the fucking country where there are just no grocery stores and people can't shop for food. Genuinely fucking insane. But again, I digress. Where due to the profit motive that exists for a lot of these things, which have inelastic demand, you're always going to need food, you're always going to need shelter, you're always going to need electricity, heating, water, all of this stuff. You're always going to need it. Always, 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 always. the fact that there are only like 2 or 3 companies in the United States of America that work across the entirety of that fucking country that provide those services, and they're all in cahoots with one another to split up the country so they can all make as much profit for themselves as much as possible, is genuinely fucking insane. And there's only one way to fix such a problem. The federal government has to step in and break up those companies, like Teddy Roosevelt style. Like, all right, monopolies, yeah, you guys are getting broken up. We don't give a shit. We're gonna sue the fuck out of all of you until you start breaking up. We don't give a shit. Like, pay your taxes and also break up these fucking goddamn companies, because then with competition, like, I'm gonna do the whole fucking capitalist spiel here. With competition in the areas, all those companies are going to have to be competing for your fucking dollar, which means they have to provide better services, better deals. They're not going to be able to make as much money. And that's the main fucking problem here. These companies, the food companies, the water companies, all these different like companies and shit like that, they know that you're going to have to go to them, and they can set the terms and conditions to whatever they want, which is, to me, is just, it's one of those things where it is just patently fucking absurd. It's just like, dog, if there are things that you just need in order to be able to live, it should just be baseline. Like, the state should just take care of it through taxpayer dollars, and it shouldn't be a fucking problem. And not only would you, the consumer, be able to save a lot more money for instead of having to pay exorbitant prices for things that you need to in order to be able to survive, but it also will save businesses more money. It'll help save the government more money. It is just a general benefit for everyone if all of these stupid mafia middlemen just get cut out from the middle. That's it. Because, like, think about it. Like, for 3 seconds, Americans like to pretend that they are super small government. They like don't like bureaucracy or whatever. Like, think about this for 3 seconds. How many fucking companies do you have to talk with, for example, for medical insurance? There's like shit that for co-pays, for all the deductibles, for all the fucking premiums, all of these like differing things, and you have to talk with all of these fucking motherfucking bullshit for differing companies that administer all these different payments. Why deal with any of that fucking bullshit when you can just have the government give a baseline plan paid through tax dollars, get rid of all these fucking goddamn companies? If there's certain people that need to be transferred over in order to work with the government, you can just do that. Bernie Sanders has a plan for this. I think same with Rashida Tlaib, I think. Or was it Pramila Jayapal that had the 2-year Medicare for All plan? One of the Democrats within the House that has this all pretty much perfectly laid out, perfectly financially solvent, and just, it would be done and so easy to be fucking implemented. Why is it not implemented? Because of a lack of political will. Because unfortunately, all of these fucking corporations, the pharmaceutical companies, the insurance companies, all of these motherfuckers have an iron grip on the balls of fucking Congress because of shit like fucking Citizens United, making it basically legal to fucking bribe the government. Because there's only one way to take care of these problems. It has to be like an NHS style fucking system. It has to be a system like us. And as a result, we in like the UK have some of the best fucking health outcomes in the entirety of the fucking world. But there's just a lack of political will within the United States of America.
And insurance covered the rest, which was $254 that they paid. Fine. Then the doctor tells me that the growth on my face was not covered by my insurance because they considered it cosmetic. So, unfortunately, I was fully responsible.
Oh, also, by the way, all those doctors who have to do all the fucking paperwork with the insurance companies, guess what they do not have to do anymore under Medicare for All? All that paperwork with the fucking goddamn insurance companies. Like, think about it this way. Do you really want your doctor doing all this, like, stupid calls and paperwork necessary to check if this particular procedure is fucking covered under your fucking insurance to determine if you have to pay like $50,000 for some random dumbass fucking procedure? Ask yourself that question. Or would you prefer to have your doctor be able to just take care of your fucking problems if you say that there's a problem? I know what I'm choosing.
For that separate bill. That sounded like bad news to me. Logically, you might assume that it was about $387, which was the total cost of the exact same procedure on my back, which didn't even take as long as the one on my face did.
Oh, I don't think
But
so.
you know what it was? It was $10 in full without insurance. If I did not have insurance that day, I would have spent $20 for both procedures rather than the $143 I did pay. In other words, my insurance made that doctor's visit
Oh, okay. So I see what he's saying. Yeah, so instead, the face procedure was what he paid $140. Okay, I misunderstood there for a second. I'm about to say, he's like, I only paid $10 for that. I mean, that's not that bad, but still, the fact that he has to go through all this fucking hassle for no reason is incredibly fucking stupid.
100% more expensive for me. And I'm not alone. In many cases, it's significantly less expensive to not have insurance. Not only are you paying tons of money every month just to have insurance, but you're paying much higher medical bills when you do have it. So why get it? Well, if something very serious happens to you, it could result in hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars in medical bills. In that case, you would need insurance to help. So in our greedy and corrupt society, it's kind of a necessary evil. We were insured.
I also believe that parts... you can correct me if I'm wrong, Boy Meets Spinny, but isn't there provisions within the ACA that says you have to be on medical insurance? I don't remember exactly, right? Because there's two parts of Obamacare, which people very often leave out. There's the patient protection part of Obamacare, and of course the Affordable Care Act. There's two parts of it. So the Affordable Care Act is what is supposed to help you make it easier to get insurance and whatnot, and the patient protection part is also the stuff that eliminates a lot of the arbitrary bullshit that insurance companies would argue in order to not provide you with care. So for example, the Patient Protection Act specifically eliminated the pre-existing conditions, because I don't know if people know this, but before the ACA PPA was passed, it was basically the Wild West for healthcare in America, because, like, for example, let's say, and this is, I think, an example that Sam Cedar uses consistently, hypothetically speaking, you get into a car crash. Tragic, terrible, blah, blah, blah. And you go to the hospital, you get the surgery to fix you up, yada, yada. Goes perfectly, goes great, fantastic. Uh-oh. Well, now you have to start thinking about, like, all right, how much do I need to pay in order to do that? Well, before the PPA and the ACA, what would happen is an insurance company would look at the claim and just be like, well, it says in your medical history that your grandfather had, like, super cancer at some point in time, so you just got into that car accident? Well, we can't fucking insure you because of that pre-existing condition. And they can just fucking argue that within court if you were to sue, hypothetically, and they would be able to win that shit. Because, again, in America, the contract is king. It's like, you've already signed the contract in order to have that company provide you with fucking insurance. And anything that's fucking stipulated in there has to be followed to the fucking letter. So the insurance company essentially has ultimate fucking control in that particular instance. And if they just make the arguments like, well, your grandfather used to have, like, I don't know, toe cancer at some point, and more than likely the accident was caused because of that pre-existing condition, so we can't cover you for the surgery. Is that argument nonsensical? Yes. But unfortunately, contracts are king within America. Anything that's stipulated and written within a contract will be followed to the fucking letter. No, they don't penalize you. Only some states require you to declare proof of insurance in states like Texas, or state taxes rather, like California does. Gotcha, Boy Meets Spinny.
Through my wife's job. YouTube does not provide insurance. Her job did, but she still had to pay about $600 a month through her job for insurance, while her employer covered the rest. Recently, however, she had to leave her job. She was there for 20 years and left on good terms, but the stress of it was badly negatively affecting her, so now she's on the hunt for a different job. So we're
Like, again, just perfectly from what Dark Matter is saying there, because I completely forgot about that aspect. Businesses pay a lot of money for health insurance. Like, when I say that these guys are just mafia middlemen that just exist to just fucking extort the fuck out of basically everyone, I sincerely mean it. Medicare for all would make it such that businesses would save a significant amount of money and would be able to make a lot more money either paying people better wages or paying for better facilities, better services, more products, what have you, instead of having to deal with all of this like random fucking gobbledygook from these stupid mafia middlemen who essentially just want to extort a bunch of fucking money from you. It's genuinely fucking insane. The current healthcare that exists within the United States of America. It's actually fucking insane. It's just a racket. Like, I have no idea how else to describe this besides a fucking racket. And like I said before, a lot of the stuff that I'm saying here in terms of the policy that fixes this, it's quite popular within America. Majority of people agree with a Medicare for all system, with a fully public healthcare fucking system. Problem is, why is it not implemented? Lack of political will. People just within Congress, within power, they get paid a lot of money by all these fucking pharmaceutical companies, all the insurance companies, hospital chain companies as well, in order to basically have the current status quo be maintained, because they make a killing in terms of the profits. Because again, like I said before, you get into an accident or you're sick in any way, shape, or form, there is no amount of money that you will fucking spare in order to pay for that shit. Like, no amount of money will be spared for your fucking health or for your family's health, for example. The companies, they know this and are exploiting people as a result.
we're a one-income household now. We looked into Cobra, which would have allowed us to keep our group insurance with United Healthcare through her job, but our monthly cost would have gone from $600 a month to $3,000 a month. And that's supposed to be a good deal. That's $36,000 for
Thanks, Nancy Pelosi, for maintaining fucking Cobra subsidies, you fucking bitch.
the year. That's the cost of a new car every year. I can't afford that. $36,000 is more than a lot of Americans make in an entire year. So currently, we are without medical insurance. If we get seriously injured, end up with bad sickness or something, we just have to declare bankruptcy and have our credit ruined through no fault of our own, which might not have been the case if not for Donald Trump. Because the Trump administration plans to stop states from passing laws that keep medical debt off credit reports. Are we winning yet? Is this what they meant by making America great?
Wait. Oh, what state does he live in? I don't remember if he ever said what state he lives in. I think he lives in Indiana. I could be completely wrong about that. I think it's a Republican state that he lives in. I'm not sure, though. I could be completely fucking wrong. I could be completely and entirely, utterly wrong. Yeah, that was a thing, right? Like, because I think that was a policy that Biden implemented during his administration, right? Like, you were able to take bankruptcies off of your credit card to not completely, like, ruin your fucking life. Of course, Donald Trump takes that away because, like, ew, fucking Biden did that? Therefore, I have to take it away. But this isn't just, like, an issue specifically only to Donald Trump. A lot of it is also because of the general incrementalism of the fucking Democrats and not being more pursuant and aggressive and actually having good fucking policy that everyone would find to be incredibly popular. Like I said before, the ACA subsidies being maintained is popular, right? The ACA itself, in terms of its better provisions, are popular, but I don't know what's the approval rating of the ACA. I assume it's not that high because it was just an incrementalist change. Like, quick reminder here, the ACA was a Heritage Foundation sort of idea and plan that was implemented by Mitt Romney when he was governor of Massachusetts, right? So Mitt Romney is the guy who originally implemented this plan. Obama just basically took that shit and, like, unironically, just sort of expanded it like nationwide. Had it made basically kept in most of the provisions, but made it such that it can work for all of the states and the federal government and a bunch of other, I guess, like facilities. It would just be the states and the federal government, and would make it work nationwide. And he just took the idea from there and put it like this. A quick reminder, and I did a video on this. Barack Obama himself said a couple months ago at this point, but not that long ago, that he could have had a Medicare for all system implemented. He could have done it. He just chose not to. He had the power. He had the supermajority in the Senate and a majority within the House. He said, like, let me be clear. In hindsight, we should have probably passed Medicare for all. And he just didn't do it. Just didn't do it. Complete, utter fucking failure. He had all of the power needed, majority within the House and a supermajority within the Senate, a filibuster-proof majority. But he didn't do it. Why? Lack of political will. That's all that it is, right? He just didn't have the fucking cojones to fucking slap them on the fucking goddamn table and be like, all right, you stupid anti-abortion Democrats, well, you're gonna listen to me, or I'm gonna make your life a living hell within Congress. And just do like a little bit of blackmail, a little bit of browbeating, saying like, if you don't support my agenda, the mandate that I have, that I secured with this great victory in this election, you're gonna be out of a job real soon. And that would have been that. Would have been over, right? Because even the ACA had a lot of troubles passing because of stipulation. I forget the name of the Democratic senator in particular, but well, not only that, Alex, like, yeah, Trump would not have won in 2016, but also if he didn't bail out the fucking banks, Trump 2016, dead in the fucking water. It'd be going nowhere. Like, I wouldn't have gone into fucking politics if that would have happened. So it's just like, no, it would have been over. The Republicans would not be able to win with in like a generation. It would be fucking over. It'd be a 1,000-year Democratic fucking Reich or some shit, like, unironically. It'd be like 1,000-year Democrat rule. It'd be over. The Republicans would be completely dead in the fucking water, and they'd be forced to the left. Unfortunately, when a lot of people say that Democrats are controlled opposition, it's shit like that where I'm just like, I don't agree with it, but I can become partial to such an argument like that because they'll just do really terrible politics like that consistently. Where it's just like they have such an easy and obvious winner. It's so easy, it's so obvious, it's just like right there, plopped on your fucking lap, and it's just like, oh, well, that's easy. Holy shit. Wow, this is just like the easiest fucking thing on the goddamn planet. Huh. Great. It's just a political winner. It's popular. Everyone fucking agrees with it. The only people who don't agree with it are just like stupid, annoying insurance companies and pharmaceutical companies who nobody likes anyway. So it's just like, it's an easy political winner, and it's just www. Easiest shit on the fucking planet. Money talks too much, especially in Congress. So therefore, yeah, that shit's not fucking happening because the Benjamins do most of the talking. I'm kind of going off on a little bit of a ramble here. I don't remember exactly what my overall point is here. Healthcare in the United States really fucking sucks balls because, like, just to give you a anecdote again, Canadian speaking here. If the Conservatives try to touch healthcare, they try to privatize that shit anyway. We've had free healthcare since the 70s. It's a done deal. It's over. They're gonna die as a political party. They're already like treading water barely as a party right now under Pierre Poilievre's leadership. There have been a lot of fucking conservative MPs who have been talking about wanting to leave the party because they just feel suffocated under Pierre Poilievre. probably talk about that at some point with like all the liberal budget stuff that got passed, blah 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 blah. But that's like Canadian politics stuff. We're not focusing on that right now. If they were to go after healthcare, there would be riots in the streets all across Canada. They'd be like, "What the fuck are you doing? No, fuck off! Don't touch that shit." Because it forces the conservatives, because they don't agree with giving like they don't agree with free healthcare. Of course not. They want the poor to just die and suffer. They don't give a shit about any of this. They are forced to have to agree with free healthcare, and this is a way to drag the Overton window back further to the left, away from the right. It's such a easy like political winner. It's the simplest thing on the planet possible, but both sides are just conservatives or worse, or fascists, and they would prefer to just have the poor suffer, because there's one thing that talks way more in comparison to individuals within the country. That's money from corporations. Again, Citizens United and a bunch of other shit from the Supreme Court that has made it such that the only thing that matters to these people is getting their next fucking paychecks.
Great again. It's absolutely insane that anyone thought that Trump was ever for the average working American. He has done nothing but hurt Americans over and over and over again. Now, I don't consider myself to be...
Just to quickly throw out here, because he is correct here, but this is just general with the Republican Party, right? This isn't like... Because this is generally a problem that I have with a lot of liberals. They treat Trump as if he's an aberrance. No. Trump is a byproduct. This was the intended end goal for the Republican Party ever since fucking Ronald Reagan. Ever since the embrace of fucking evangelical like Christianity since in the fucking 60s by the broader Republican Party. This was always the end goal for them specifically, right? Like, Trump is just the sort of I don't know if it's like final evolution of this, because it could technically go further, but the current sort of like moral aberrance. And there's only one way for this to just essentially get completely nipped in the bud, right? Just to get this all done with. And that is with a rejection of fucking the power that corporations have within the fucking government. Because again, who's the one who has made it such that these that the corporations have significantly more and more power? That was fucking Reagan. Reagan gave so much more power for the rich and corporations during his tenure. And Trump is just again, like Boy Meets Minnie said, a fuck-ass byproduct coming out of Ronald Reagan, right? It's all culminated to this sort of like, honestly, just wretched, miserable moment that we currently find ourselves under politically.
Poor, yet insurance has become like an unaffordable luxury item for me. And the uninsured, like myself, inadvertently end up driving up costs of medical procedures and insurance for those who can afford it, until they can no longer afford it as well. And then they drive up costs even more. It's like a societal cancer, a malignant growth that keeps spreading. And the Republicans are so opposed to fixing it, maybe because they're financially entwined with the industry, that they're refusing to run the government, refusing to negotiate. And we refuse...
How long ago is this? Oh, this is in reference to the fucking government. Yeah, so this is all in reference to the fucking government shutdown, which the Democrats decided to cave on. Man, it's going to be... Well, as of time of recording this, it is currently December. It's time to see if the undue good faith that the Democrats are giving to the fucking Republican Party within the Senate, because keep in mind, Mike Johnson has already said that even if the Senate passes anything, he's not going to bring up the bill for a vote within the fucking House. So, again, like I said before, there is no reason to negotiate with fucking terrorists. Republicans are terrorists. Do not fucking negotiate with them. There is no point in negotiating with them. They have proven time and time again that they do not operate in good faith. So why give them any good faith? They don't deserve any of it. But I digress. It's because Democrats are also cucked by the exact same interests. by that the Republicans are also adherent to. Pharmaceutical companies, insurance companies, etc., etc. The reasoning, like, to operate under the assumption that those fucking stupid 8 dumb fucking Democrats decided to cross over for, like, honestly nothing. They got nothing out of it. It was just absurd. It was so absurd that even fucking Ezra Klein came out and said, like, why did the Democrats do this? I don't know why, Ezra. It's because you keep allowing them to be able to do shit like this over and over again. Like, and you don't want to hold any of the Democrats to account. You have some fucking responsibility in this as well, Ezra. Like, take some fucking culpability for once, Ezra. But I digress. I really despise fucking people like Ezra Klein. But the reason why these people did this is because they're all just cucked by the exact same fucking interests. Pharmaceutical companies, military-industrial complex, and the like. It's all just, again, as George Carlin himself said, it's one big club, and your dumbass ain't in it.
Used to punish corruption anymore. So they're currently getting away with it. Rather than fix it, rather than do that work, they do the work of compiling propaganda that blames everyone but themselves. People like Speaker Mike Johnson, who is currently blocking the release of the Epstein files, by the way, say things like, the Democrats could end the shutdown right now, as if that's not also true of the Republicans. They can end it right now. So how is that a point to be made? Let's be clear about what is actually happening right now. The Republicans are fighting tooth and nail for the insurance companies at the expense of the average American, and they're creating as much propaganda as possible to shift the blame onto the Democrats, who are trying to force them to stop insurance premiums from skyrocketing, which is exactly what they're set to do. Poor people.
Well, again, it's because, like, for the Republican Party, they just want to play politics, and they just want to benefit the fucking corporations, right? That's all that they fucking care about. They've never cared about anything else. Like I said before, like, if it's for the express purpose of causing the suffering of millions upon millions of people, you can very, very handily rely on a Republican to cause as much suffering as possible for millions upon millions of fucking people. Very, very like, that's a bet that you can take pretty much every single day of the week.
People who are still Republicans at this point are either blinded by hatred, hopelessly indoctrinated, cripplingly stupid, or all of the above. Everything is worse for everyone except for the top 10%, and especially the top 1%, because that's where all of our money is being funneled. Trump's attempts to normalize sending the military into American cities really has nothing to do with crime. How could it? It's a completely false narrative. But there has to be a motive. So what could be the real reason? It could be a couple of things. He's been doing a lot to manipulate upcoming elections, for instance, picking up right where he left off in 2020, which is one of the many reasons it was the worst of ideas to re-elect this guy who belongs in prison. And one theory I've heard is that he might want the military in place in predominantly blue areas during the midterms to suppress their vote. So he's trying...
Yes, he's talked about this before, right? He wants to have a rapid response sort of... Honestly, I'm just going to call him a gang. Yeah, he wants to have a rapid response gang who's, like, basically ready at, like, the drop of a fucking hat to do what exactly? I don't know, be fucking poll watchers. Genuinely fucking insane. Genuinely fucking insane. It's just like, why the fuck do you need all these people here to do fucking poll watching, Trump? That's very, very strange. Oh, because in reality, people like Trump knows that a lot of his policies and a lot of the things that he believes in is and are quite fucking unpopular. And that in reality, people don't really like a lot of the shit that Trump does with the military or with the, in terms of the rule of law and the Constitution, all this shit. Nobody fucking likes any of this stuff. He's very unpopular. So again, instead of wanting to face the music, fuck it. Since he feels like no one's going to stop him anyways, so why not just cheat instead? By the way, it's a stupid idea. I wouldn't put it past him, but it will literally have the opposite effect. Oh, 1000%, Alex, but has that stopped Trump before? January 6th was a really stupid idea, but he still did it anyways.
Trying to normalize their presence now. But it could also be to preempt the unrest to come. The inevitable unrest that always follows the looting of a society by the corrupt few at the top. He's preparing The whole thing is one big goddamn heist, the biggest heist in human history, and we're currently allowing it. But the question is, how much are we willing to accept? What level of existence are we willing to accept? How much worse will we allow it to get before people rise up? I don't know. And they don't know either. I think that's why they're starting to prepare now. You see, their power is illusory. It's all based on money, which is conceptual. The people, however, are physically real. If the people rose up, there's nothing they could do about it, and they know that. So they have to be conniving and Machiavellian. And currently, we're allowing them to be, most likely because they've inundated us with very effective propaganda. Our society allows billionaires to decide that poor people can't have food. That is a broken society. During the government shutdown, millions of Americans are unsure if they're going to see their next paycheck, yet they're expected to show up at work anyway and keep the engines of our economy running. Meanwhile, wealthy members of Congress are...
Not to mention, again, another thing that was fucking happening during the government shutdown. What was not getting funded? SNAP. SNAP was not getting fucking funded. Unironically, people were just allowed to go fucking hungry within the United States of America. For what reasoning exactly? And because one dude basically wanted to use food as a political weapon in order to benefit politically from the fact that people need food in order to be able to eat, right? You know, people need to be able to eat, so why don't we use that against the fucking Democrats in the shutdown? Genuinely fucking insane, by the way.
Still getting government paychecks they don't even need, while not even showing up to work. Government work and assistance for the average American grinds to a halt, while the $400 million construction of the White House ballroom continues without interruption, bulldozing the historic East Wing just to do it. And the idiots, grifters, influencers, and propagandists shamelessly and enthusiastically defend all of it. The same people who complained about how previous administrations merely decorated the White House. This one gets to literally bulldoze it, though, because they sold all their principles long ago. You can never trust them again. Never, ever believe a word they say ever again. They justify their cruelty by calling the people getting food benefits welfare queens and pretend that they're all frauds. Let's be clear.
Again, keep in mind, that's a fucking classic from Reagan right there. They're trotting out the old Reaganite fucking propaganda because, again, I've said this concept before during the government shutdown specifically. In terms of how, not just Republicans, how they think, but how conservatives think, generally speaking, if they can cause the suffering of minorities much more in comparison to the comparison to the suffering that the privileged have, you know, like the privileged races, the privileged majority, or what have you, if they can cause a little bit of suffering to them, but way more suffering to minorities that they hate, they will take that trade any day of the week. Any day of the week. Because again, for the Republicans, there is only one thing that these motherfuckers fundamentally care about. It's the fucking racism.
They're calling 43 million Americans frauds, but not the president they enthusiastically support, who has been guilty of fraud on a massive scale repeatedly throughout his life. And many of the victims of his countless scams and pump and dump schemes have been his own supporters. They're calling 43 million Americans frauds, over 80% of whom have children and rely on those food benefits to feed them. Yet the America First, family values people are against it. That's how ridiculous the narrative is. But such unfettered greed and cruelty can't have anything other than ridiculous narratives to justify it. The U.S. Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon, on Halloween tweeted, quote, "Trick, teachers' unions, treat, closing the Department of Education." Unquote.
Genuinely insane, by the way.
Wouldn't that put her...
If the fucking Department of Education gets closed, by the way, the downstream effects from that would be disastrous for millions upon millions of fucking poor people. But again, like I said before, if the Trump administration, if conservatives can cause the suffering of minorities, racial minorities in comparison to the more privileged races, that being white people, they will take that trade any day of the week because it causes a lot more suffering for, well, people that they already don't really like as a sort of a minority to begin with anyways.
her out of a job? Of course. That's why she's there. She doesn't need that job. It's not her passion. She doesn't care about it. She is, in fact, a billionaire. So losing that job would not matter to her in the slightest. She was a former pro wrestling executive, the spouse of Vince McMahon, as if you needed any more evidence that we're currently living in idiocracy. She is meant to be a useless placeholder. And she was put there by people who claim to care about a meritocracy. She was put there by those who claimed that we should hire the best people for the job and warned us that the dangers of wokeness and DEI would bring us incompetence. Yet there are people out there who care deeply about children, understand how they learn, studied the best methods to meet their educational needs, and devoted their lives to those pursuits. Yet who do the meritocracy people put in charge? A billionaire show business executive who wants to burn it all to the ground and who will be totally insulated from any negative consequences of doing that. That's who they picked. People.
I'm glad that a lot of liberals are starting to come to these realizations, because this has always been, because again, even if a technocrat was put into a charge of these positions, it would slightly it would help. It would be significantly better in comparison to billionaire fucking stooges. Like, let's not get it twisted. But even then, like, all these, like, liberal fucking technocrats are not going to be capable of meeting the moment and being able to fix the deep systemic fucking issues. Because, again, for a lot of these people, it's just going to be a little bit of nibbling around the edges to slightly improve everything, but make sure that the same gravy train keeps going. Like I've said before, and I'll say it again, there is one main fundamental problem with all of this, and that is the basis of the economy. It is because of capital, it is because of the rich, because of just how much outsized control that they have. Deal with that first, and then you'll see the material conditions throughout the United States of America significantly improve.
With extreme wealth have the problem of finding places to put their money. It's too much to put into a bank account, so they have no choice but to purchase investments, usually in the form of securities or real estate.
Bonds.
They buy up houses all over the country and then let them sit empty. Then the value of those properties increases by hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars simply for sitting empty and doing nothing. Meanwhile, we have poor people working 60, 70, 80 hours a week, barely making ends meet, nowhere near being able to buy a single house to live in, and having their benefits put into jeopardy by people who call them lazy while they make millions of dollars for owning empty houses and doing absolutely nothing. What an absurd, corrupt society we the people allow to exist. It really is amazing, isn't it? These people in charge have more than they could ever spend for not only the rest of their lives, but also for the lives of their children and grandchildren. Yet that isn't enough for them. Through the politics and propaganda of pitting the public against themselves, they managed to accumulate that level of obscene wealth without the public turning against them. That's almost like winning the lottery, yet that still isn't enough. Because
again, I mean, he's hitting on a bunch of correct points here, like hitting it on the money. But it's because of a lot of rulings and systemic problems, generally speaking, by a lot of people within power. Like I said before, it's a whole fucking system. The state, fundamentally speaking, of the United States, the state apparatuses, the systems that exist, it's all fundamentally broken, right? All of it is broken. It is just a complete fucking disaster all the way down at every fucking level. And it's because with the stuff that I was pointing out earlier, the people in power, simply put, do not have the political will to want to do anything about it. That's what it is. Nobody wants to do anything about the situation. And as a result, it's been allowed to deteriorate to this position. And like I said before, with a lot of like Gen Xers, for example, because they're, I guess for like lack of a better term, the current problem children, quote unquote. The reason why a lot of those people are generally as like weirdo conservative as they are is simply just due to the fact that it has been, I suppose for like lack of a better term, I suppose for lack of a better term, basically they have been not given many opportunities throughout their lives because a lot of that has been stolen away from them because of a lot of people in power, the boomers that were in power before them, and they have allowed the material conditions throughout the country to get significantly worse. Right? Like, I mean, these guys all used to be like the hippies fighting the good fight for a justice against like U.S. imperialism in Vietnam, and what they do now. They're like old curmudgeon-y fucking assholes that will at every instance pull up the fucking ladder from under them because they had theirs. Screw you. So I'm the only one who gets to benefit because, hey, guess what? I had mine. So you got to pull yourself up by your bootstraps in order to get yours. It's just fucking, it's abhorrent to say the least, but not really surprising whatsoever because this has just been the sort of basis of what America has been built on, and it's been taken to, I suppose, like its ideological fucking extremes.
Greed is like a disease, an insatiable monster. They're willing to collapse society just to hoard more. They're willing to risk that at the very least. They're willing to push the envelope further and further, no matter how precarious it gets, and destroy countless lives just to have even more than they can ever use. Rather than live in a healthy, happy society where they still have gargantuan levels of wealth above and beyond everyone else, they'd be more willing to lord over a wasteland. Psychopaths are currently in the driver's seat, and we're all in the passenger seat right now, nearly at their mercy. And I say nearly because maybe we can muster the will to collectively reach over and wrestle control of the steering wheel away from them. And I certainly hope that we can, because the way things are going right now, the psychopaths are steering us toward a cliff. And I really do believe we're at our last chance to stop it. And even if we did stop it, enormous amounts of damage have already been done, some of it probably even irreversible. Out of all the absurdities that contribute to this mess, the one that I'm about to tell you has to be the most bizarre, and it is this. Most of the people who support the insane wealth hoarding, the defilement of our social safety net, and the corrupt politicians who make all of that possible at the expense of the rest of us fancy themselves as good Christians. There are people right now who consider themselves devout Christians who are glad that many of their fellow Americans might not be getting food benefits.
Yeah, nonsensical. Yeah, like the idea that these people pretend to be like good old fucking Christian boys, and it's fucking stupid. It's like, get the fuck out of here. No, you people are not fucking Christians. Like, you're willing to let your fellow fucking man, woman, child, just, or those in between just go hungry for what exactly? Wait, what? Why? Oh, because you want to make a couple of extra fucking bucks? Like I said before, the broader fucking consequences of, a conservative evangelicism just playing out fucking perfectly right in front of our fucking eyes.
They get angry that there's a federal judge fighting against it and call the judge things like a radical liberal activist just for wanting the government to adhere to its previously agreed upon obligation to provide the poor with food assistance. Those opposed to that call themselves Christians. They cheer on the billionaires controlling our government. They're fans of the literal richest man on earth, and they call themselves Christians, a word that announces you are of Christ. You follow Jesus, a man who championed the poor, who fed the poor, who denounced the rich, who said the last shall be first, and who most relevantly and incontrovertibly scorned hypocrisy. That's who they claim to follow. Such a bizarre state of affairs could never be written into fiction because no author would think it believable enough to put pen to paper. Yet that's our reality right now. When their private messages are leaked, when they think they're safe to say what they truly feel, what do they talk about? They talk about wanting to see people killed. They talk about gas chambers. They talk about wanting ethnic cleansing. They use every bigoted slur imaginable. They talk about their reverence for Hitler. They have American flags with swastikas hanging in their homes. But when their public face is on, they pretend to be offended about being called a Nazi. Meanwhile, their leaders are more upset that there was a leak than they are about the actual content of the leak. Never, ever believe anything they say ever again. All they do is lie. So for all you religious people who argue that we need religion in society and in government to help keep us on some sort of moral path, I say to you, Look at our current reality. Look at all the religious people championing the immorality all around us, and all the politicians who use their religion as a vehicle for their corruption. And tell me again about how we need your religion to save society. Tell me again how your religion will make things better. I don't even need to make the argument against you anymore. Reality itself has already done that for me. You're living in it. All you need to do is honestly open your eyes and ears. Given our current state of affairs, not to mention the countless historical examples that aren't as glaringly obvious because we didn't have to live through them as we are through the current example, it should now be crystal clear that your religion does not mitigate immorality, it facilitates it. It doesn't fix our society, rather it just becomes yet another corrupt institution. The argument is over, and it was won by reality. All that remains is your willingness to accept the result. That's the true obstacle. Because if you're supporting what's going on right now and calling yourself a Christian, then I have no idea who you think Jesus was. Someone who took from the poor and gave to the rich? Someone who did not feed the masses, nor cured the sick, but instead told them all to pull themselves up by their bootstraps, while he himself hoarded as much as he could? Is that who you think Jesus was? Or do you assuage your own greed by using the cop-out that Jesus didn't do it through a government, as if that matters to a needy child, as if one of the most efficient government systems for helping the poor is not as good as just blindly relying on the generosity of a society that has repeatedly proven to be hopelessly infected by greed? A Republican Christian is the most glaring example of cognitive dissonance that exists. It's profound hypocrisy, and it's all around us. Navigating.
I'm glad that he's saying. So I'm not really saying like much of anything right now, because I am glad that he is saying all of this, because again, yeah, these people are incredibly fucking hypocritical. Don't believe anything that comes out of the mouth of a fucking Republican. They are all charlatans. They are all freaks. They are all liars. Believe nothing that comes out of the mouths of these people. They believe in nothing fundamentally. Fundamentally, they believe in nothing. And everything that they say should not be listened to. It is not agreeable. They are liars. Every single one of them. All a bunch of liars. All of them. But unfortunately, we currently exist in a fucking society where it's just like, oh, you know, the people generally like to believe in the infallibility of the fucking institutions, and that these people are like, oh, they're going to be our fucking saviors for Christ or whatever, and are going to do everything possible in order to improve the lives for of all the material conditions for literally everyone. No. That's a bunch of poppycock. That's a bunch of hooey. And I'm glad that people like Dark Matter is making this recognition, because it's the exact same thing that lefties have been saying for a very long time. And the only question that now remains is how, if someone like him is willing to take the next step and also acknowledge that this is a problem with the entirety of the society. Because this isn't just a Republican problem, this is also a Democrat problem as well. The Democrats also significantly contribute to this system of, honestly, for lack of a better term, abhorrence. This miserable, wretched system that we currently call, I don't know, fucking capitalism or whatever. They are the ones who cause this problem and make the conditions on the ground significantly worse for people. And again, I'm glad that a lot of people are starting to make the recognitions. I think it is important for people to begin to make the recognitions and acknowledge the problems within society, because there's a lot of fucking problems. There's a lot of issues that need to be talked about and focused on. And I think, I don't know, I prefer to remain like hopeful, like have the hope pill and say like, yeah, you know, I think like people are starting to recognize more and more that basically everything around them is getting worse, and no one is currently here to really save anyone. Because I don't really think that anyone is going to be saved. I don't think the Democrats are going to do anything because they are also complicit in a lot of the actions from the Republican Party as well. They are. Simply put, they are also fucking complicit in a lot of the shit that's going down right now. So I think it is important to have all of the necessary recognition needed to be like, yeah, everything is getting worse around us for the time being, and we all need to basically bandy together in order to be able to, I think for like lack of a better term, survive the fucking oncoming storm and build community with one another if we want to be able to survive the oncoming, I suppose, storm that is going to be coming towards us, hurtling towards all of us, as the rich continue to further consolidate power under themselves and everything gets worse and worse and worse. There's only one thing that people can rely on consistently in order to be able to live and be able to survive the oncoming onslaught. It's community, it's each other. That's the most important thing that we still have that, well, even the rich and the corporations are trying to take that away from us with stuff like a lot of the AI companion videos and a lot of stuff like this. And I've talked about this historically speaking consistently. A lot of the corporations, after the pretty much what was slated to be the fall of capitalism as a result of the Great Depression, it was looking like it was pretty much fucking over for the corporations and the rich. It was done. It was over. That shit was, it was not going to make a fucking comeback. And it was pretty much slated for it to just be, honestly, for lack of a better term, completely and utterly over. That's it. It was done. The communists and socialists were going to be able to take over. But then the New Deal saved capitalism, and it gave these stupid, greedy motherfuckers, all these rich fucking oligarchs and motherfuckers, the ability to band together in order to advocate for their material conditions to be on top once again. Right? So like, I mean, simply put, not to belabor this point over and over and over again, because I've talked about this consistently at this point, but the main thing that goes on consistently is the fact that there are so many people within power, and the corporations have worked tirelessly for decades, because after the World War II was concluded, it was pretty much over. More or less, the party that existed within Congress, within the United States of America, was effectively a uniparty. Effectively. Both Republicans and Democrats pretty much agreed on the exact same stuff, and that is, yeah, we should tax the living fuck out of rich people, and also basically make it such that people have like some baseline material conditions that are maintained. Obviously, guess who did not agree with that shit? Oh, it was the fucking rich. Of course, the rich did not agree with that stuff. And they have fought tooth and nail to basically make it such that it comes to this current juncture that we find ourselves under at the moment. And they have been successful. They have won. Simply put, like, they have won. They've won. And it is such that we are, I guess, essentially back in the position where it's just like, yeah, like, I'm really not surprised by any of this, I think, whatsoever, because it's just been allowed to happen. People fell asleep at the wheel because of stuff like suburbanization and the destruction of fucking unions. Social bonds within society were allowed to deteriorate and basically become nothing, I guess, for lack of a better term. Essentially get to the point where it was easier and easier for a lot of these people to divide and conquer and make it such that you have to blame literally anything else. The inner city black or whatever. The Mexican that has taken your job away from you. Despite the fact that the only people that Congress and the people in power listen to are all of these rich fucking assholes who have been working tirelessly, and I mean tirelessly, since the advent of the New Deal to actively undo that. And I'm going to refer to George Carlin here again. They want your fucking Social Security money back. They want that shit back because they were upset about the fact that they lost their Social Security money. Unironically, with the corporations and the rich, they simply just want to have, and I'm glad that liberals are starting to recognize this more and more. They don't want just some of the money. They want all of the money. They want, if they could somehow Voltron themselves into a world government to have full control under themselves, because again, like I've said before, conservatives and the rich want to maintain one thing and one thing only, and that is a system of control and of hierarchy. That's what they only care about, and that's the only thing that they fundamentally believe in under themselves. And the reason why conservatives want to maintain that fucking system of hierarchy and control is because they believe themselves to be a part of that hierarchy, that they have a place within that fucking hierarchy, that they are at least above someone else. It's unironically like the meme with the dude, with the like really rich guy with all the cookies behind him, and him pointing to the final cookie on the plate, and there's like a black guy on one side and the white guy on the other side, and the super rich dude in the fucking tuxedo convincing the white dude that guy, the poor dude wants to take the final cookie that's on the fucking goddamn plate. Whereas both of them basically have no fucking cookies, and they're not looking right behind the dude in the fucking tuxedo who has all the fucking cookies behind him. So again, belaboring a bit of a point here, the main sort of issue here, generally speaking, and I'm glad that liberals are beginning to recognize this more and more, is that conservatives, what they fundamentally care about and believe in, and that is one thing and one thing only, that is maintaining a system of control and hierarchy under themselves. That is all that these people have ever, and I mean have ever, fundamentally believed in. That is it. And if that means causing a little bit of suffering for the classes and the people that they want to pretend to care about in order to hurt someone else significantly more, that is an acceptable proposition. They are totally okay with that. They don't give a shit about any of that stuff. So like I've said before, the thing with fucking conservatives, and they will do consistently maintaining, is the maintenance of systems of hierarchy and control. They will do anything possible in order to do that, and that means allowing the rich people to be able to rob the fucking treasury and then go out the back door with the fucking money in tow. This is a consistent thing with all these motherfuckers, and I'm glad that more and more people are starting to come to that realization that the main problem is with all of these stupid rich fat cats at the top of the fucking totem pole and all of their stupid apparatchiks that are like circling the wagons in order to fucking defend them, because they also ostensibly benefit significantly more and more with all of those stupid rich assholes currently in power, because they get all their money from them for their fucking re-election campaigns. As I have said before, this is something that needs to be actively rejected, and that there is only one thing that can always be relied on for a sort of safety and emancipation for the working class, and that is belief in community and in one another. That is the only sort of solution to the current mess that we currently find ourselves under. But yeah, I'm belaboring a little bit of a point just to talk about like some history here, because again, like with the current sort of like AI companion stuff, this is just the next sort of step in the further erosion of people's ability to be able to socialize with one another, so they can't band together in order to take a look upwards and see who is really making their lives worse. Because that's what it's fundamentally all about with these people. They want to do everything possible to maintain their control and the hierarchy that is currently in place because they benefit from it. In any case, I'm belaboring a little bit of a point here. there's not really much else to say here besides, of course, it was a good video here by Dark Matter. I agree with a lot of the criticisms here. He's pretty much on the money with a lot of the stuff that he's saying, but it's not just the Republicans that are this problem. They are the current sort of topic du jour, the ones who are significantly enforcing the hierarchy. The Democrats also have their part to play in all of this. It's a completely broken, rotten society and system, and all of it, I mean all of it, needs to be undone, done away with, and thrown out of the fucking back with the bathwater. I have no idea if that's how that saying says. So, but overall, it's good criticisms. It's good to see that a lot more liberals are starting to have more material analysis, because at this point, and with the stuff that I've explained before, if people are not allowed to have some form of base material conditions, everything is just going to get worse for everybody involved, even for the rich, who have seemed to have lost that sort of recognition that if they don't maintain some baseline material conditions for the poor, they're going to start to look upward and see and be like, I wonder why these guys have so much more in comparison for us, compared to us. Maybe we should start taking a look at those guys upstairs and see if we can get something from them specifically. But unfortunately, we live in a sort of like culturally dead time where even the sort of people in power and the rich are also, I think, complete fucking utter morons. And so they are probably going to be completely blindsided by the inevitable sort of populist uprising that's going to honestly potentially take, I don't know, like the world by storm. I'm not really sure how to say this, because something is coming, right? Generally speaking, this sort of status quo can't be maintained for this long. Something is going to break eventually. And what is it going to be? Is it going to be the state? Is it going to be the rich? Or is it going to be the working class? Ultimately, that's a question that I cannot have, well, an answer for, because it's impossible to know. And I know where I'm personally staking my claim, and that is with some form of emancipation for the working class and improvement of material conditions for them. Because honestly, fuck all these like stupid, rich, annoying, limp-dicked, limp-wristed, dumb motherfuckers that are currently in fucking power, because they are stupid, they are annoying, and they simply want one thing fundamentally for all of us, and that is our fucking suffering. I don't think there's really much else to say besides I'm just glad that liberals are starting to have more recognition of the current material reality that we have, that we currently have ourselves under. Better late than never, I suppose. Nice meme. Guys, did you know that I don't like the rich? You know, I feel like I've said this multiple times before, but I really don't like rich people. I know it's kind of ridiculous and radical of me to say, but I don't like the rich guys. I don't like those guys. Those guys are fucking assholes. I hate them. Anywho. Okay, I had to do a bunch of adjustments to some of the ships because they kept running out of water and ice. Hopefully, now that gets sustained and that's not a problem anymore. I hope. Who the fuck are we raiding out to today? Who the fuck are we raiding out to today? Ugh, I kicked my fucking legs. Blech. Dude, the FDA is bringing back asbestos? Yo, based. Who's ready for, like, bat shit? That's what asbestos is, right? It's like bad shit or something? I have no idea. Who the fuck are we reading out to today? I know who we're reading out to today. Sad Grill, aka a George Foreman, aka I don't know where I'm going with this joke. Sad Girl. Alright, idiots, raid messages. You know what to do, you know what to say. Try and start with the Daho raid, but if you're a sub, if you're a non-sub, you do the WoW with the Daho raid, but that's how we show appreciation. Those are into any case gamers. I will be back tomorrow and we'll be doing. We're done with the idea pretty much. Well, at this point, it's just I'm gonna put some robo-chargers around some places. Yep, it's pretty much just put down a bunch of robo-chargers in a couple places and new planet. Yeah, new planet. Robo-chargers, and there's not really anything else I think I really need from any of the other planets that I have not already grabbed, so. We're going to be going to the Command & Conquer planet. I want to go to the Command & Conquer planet. I can't play the music, though, because content ID, probably, which upsets me. But anyway, I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be taking care of all that stuff. I'm taking care of that off-stream, putting down the robo-chargers, because just put on the ship, go to the planet, drop them off, put them in a couple places, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.